Figures the night before my mom gets here, there's a plane crash. Did you hear about the plane crash?
Oh.
A small plane from Wichita, Kansas to DC collided with a military helicopter like a few hundred yards from landing at Reagan International.
Oh, man.
The plane split in half. It's in the Potomac. I think it's the Potomac. The Potomac's 36 degrees. They don't know how many people are going to survive this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of these in this country anymore. Thank goodness. Apparently, there were a bunch of young skaters on the plane because I guess the U.S. Junior Nationals or whatever were in Wichita.
Oh, man.
Morning, Tim. EB and Feeney. Hope everybody's week's going okay. Hey, JC, top of the morning to you. Sup? Yeah, I know. Canada Relief. That's what we were talking about. I guess a Russian couple who has lived in the States since 98, and they train skaters, including their son, who's American, were on that plane. Only my first day morning. Our system's taking it on the chin this week.
Yep.
2 really good weeks and taking one on the chin this week. We have not had these are not the best of plays, though. None of them look good, but we just trusted the system because that's what you do. Yeah, small plane flying from Wichita to DC. Well, Feeney, you should be impressed. They were down 19 at the half and 24 early second half and came back and won. It's an epic comeback. They can win that league, Feeney. Yeah, in Canada Relief, it looks as if
Jackson Parish, never heard of him, obviously. Monday qualifier, I just saw this. Needed an eagle to get through the waste management pre-qualifier. It was a par 5 18th. He made a 2. Wow. for a 28 on the backside.
I'll be damned.
Wow. That's awesome.
Oh, System's had 2 bad days. Want to abandon it? The System was 18-10 before that. So now it's 18-14. It looks like it was
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. This final Thursday of January. We got over the hump yesterday. Hope your week is going well. We can make it from here, can't we? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
Miller and Moulton, or is it Miller and McDonough after that little? Yeah, a little voice. You had a little Sean McDonough voice crack.
I did.
There,
I tried to change gears there, okay, and just bring it down a little bit, and it cracked, and it doesn't hardly ever crack.
No, I've never heard that before.
But I intentionally tried to change gears there and do something different. So next time, from now on, I'll just belt the sucker out. No need to try to harmonize or anything.
Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Moulton, apparently.
Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. How you doing?
Doing well. Lots, little sports smorgasbord last night. Little hockey, little hoop, little small college basketball.
Yeah, because we previewed a big game in the ASUN Conference. We're in Southwest Florida. We're in Jacksonville. Happens to be where Miller and Moulton broadcast from. And obviously, those of you who know me know that for 20 years, I broadcast FGCU. Mark did some FGCU. And now I'm doing some Jacksonville broadcasting just to, keep my toes in the water, so to speak, because I love play-by-play so much. And there was a showdown last night in Jacksonville. And there was an underlying story that FGCU owns Jacksonville. They'd won 5 in a row, 13 of 14, 21 of 26. They own them.
And Jacksonville said, "Oh, yeah?
Enough of that."
Came out swinging in the first half.
Led by 19 at the half. Scored the first 5 points of the second half. They're up 54-30 at home. Turnovers were 12-1 at that point. And FGCU chipping away. Cut it to 9 with about 2:20 to go. Looks as if they're going to come up short. Valiant effort, boys. Just gave away a half. Tough to win that way. They said, hold on a second. We're not done. We just got within striking distance. Now we're going to strike.
Free throws.
Jacksonville
JU couldn't make any.
Jacksonville turns it over 4 times in the final 2.5 minutes with FGCU pressing. And then when FGCU fouled, Jacksonville got tight and missed 6 of 7 free throws. FGCU starts raining instant threes. Next thing you know, they end the game on a 14-1 run. Do the math. They came from 24 down in the second half to win. They're tied for first now and own the tiebreaker. So there.
So, yeah, a little small college basketball at the end of January. That's what Miller and Moulton were into last night. And we don't apologize for it.
No, we're connected to both. So we were all in. I mean, I got to admit, when FGCU was making the comeback, I'm thinking, well, they're getting 2.5. They can't come back and cover this, can they? Hell, going outright.
So a big win for FGCU, a huge loss for JU.
And that's how Miller and Moulton were entertaining themselves early yesterday afternoon with all the NBA, NHL, and everything else going on. Is Adam Silver bored? I mean, he's
He
got the
shouldn't be. He should be really busy. His league has declining television ratings of astronomical proportions, but
he's
he
got
just signed a $7 billion television deal. So
he signed a $76 billion television deal. Right, $7 billion per. It doesn't even kick in till next year. I mean, what the hell does he have to worry about? But man, he goes on the Dan Patrick show yesterday. And I don't know if this was just one of those trial balloons or what, but he said, I think we should be like the college game. I think we should play 40 minutes. I think we should play 10-minute quarters. My goodness, the NBA media heard that. They asked every single coach they could yesterday about it, and every single coach basically said, our commissioner's a moron. What the hell's he talking about? I got a crazy idea. How about if you get people to play? How about that? Because this just in. If the people that we're paying to see play, we actually want to see more of it. How about you do that?
load management or 10-minute quarters.
Right.
Get rid of load management.
And the TV networks are like, wait a minute, hold on a second. You're going to shorten the commercial inventory after we agree to pay you X amount of money? No, we got to get our money back. You ain't taking away no commercial inventory. And Silver's probably going, no. You'll keep the same inventory. We'll just have less game action. Oh, so in other words, basketball will look like the PGA Tour, where it feels as if there's as much commercials as there is golf?
I don't know what he was thinking.
Oh, my goodness.
That was a little out of body experience, David.
Take a nap next time. Eat. Have that Snickers before you go on the show. Heck, have a meal. The offices are in New York. Go outside. There's got to be a street vendor within a block of where you are. Have a pretzel, a hot dog, something. Some uncooked meat, anything. Wow. Anyway, that's, I mean, who was it? Who's Coach Mike Malone, coach of the Nuggets? You got to see his face when the media says, Commissioner Silver's, and he looks at them like, this is the dumbest blanking thing I've ever heard. They're like, I don't know what to tell you. I know, honestly, Commissioner League, when national show and everything.
On an interview, national radio show, floated out the idea of 10-minute quarters.
Right. We're going to take 20% or whatever off of these games. He's like, what are we going to do? The first thing Malone goes is, besides the fact it's stupid, well, what's that going to do to the record books?
That was the thing I was thinking all along, is that, they love their triple doubles. They love their big scoring records that LeBron just passed Kareem. They love these things.
Right. Listen, you and I are all into original thinkers. We're all into ideas. We are. We have a lot of them on this show. They're not all good. I mean, but he threw it out there as a trial balloon. Well, Dan,
and it sunk, David.
Ooh-wee. Man. Please tell me there were people in the office who are against this, because I'd hate to think that he's got people around him who think this is a great idea. My goodness. So I will say this. College basketball, women's hoops, they do 10-minute quarters. Men do 2 20-minute halves. Now, I know a lot of you don't watch women's hoops, but maybe in the last couple years, you watched Caitlin Clark a little bit when she was at Iowa. And I'm just curious, Mark, you've watched a little bit of women's hoops for various reasons. Your thoughts comparing the men's 2 20-minute halves to the women's 4 10-minute quarters?
The women's game seems to have more flow to it because of the quarters. For whatever reason, I think the game has a little more flow. I would like to see the men's game make that same move.
Now, there's one less commercial break per half that way, I believe, if you do the 10-minute quarters, because you're breaking every 5 minutes as opposed to breaking every 4. It's one of the reasons why doing it the way they do, I think you can have a shorter bench come the NCAA tournament and get by with it on the men's side, because those media timeouts are every 4 minutes as opposed to in the women's game every 5. And you can kind of finesse your 7-man rotation and get to the media timeout. And then those media timeouts are 2.5 minutes.
Like I said, I think it has a little better flow. It doesn't make any difference to me in the long run of which one they do, but I think the women's game seems to have a little more flow to it. But if it's one more commercial break, the odds are they're not going to take it out because the networks want that one more commercial break.
Although in theory, they could just add a 30-second commercial to each existing commercial break and make up for it. But yes, you're right. I mean, certainly come tournament time. But I'm just wondering if they'll ever make that change.
The other thing the women's game does is allow you to take the ball inbounds at half court.
In the final minute.
That's the one I think the men's game would go to first.
See, and it's funny, and I think the men's game would resist that at all costs. The men's game seems to love their half-court game winners. One of the most famous plays was, Leitner hitting the shot, and Grant Hill had to throw it 80 feet. So I think they'll go to 10-minute quarters before they do the NBA rule and allow you to advance it to midcourt.
The women's game does both for what it's worth.
Right.
So a little college hoops to get us started today.
Yeah. Yeah. And a little hoop talk. Some of it just bat blank crazy. Thank you, Adam Silver. Now lie down, get a good night's sleep, sleep it off.
Good luck, whoever it was that told him it was a great idea when Adam went back to the office yesterday and looks over and says, Jimmy,
you moron.
This is a great idea. I'm getting killed for it.
Can't believe you guys sent me on the Dan Patrick show to propose this. I was in the car driving back. They're mocking me the whole time.
My phone's blown up and it's all owners and coaches telling me I'm an idiot.
Got LeBron on line 1. He goes, oh, sure. Now that I'm 40, you're going to shorten the games? Great. Thanks. Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Poll question.
Do we want to ask people to vote on the Utah hockey team's name? Did you see the final three choices?
I did. I want to talk about it because I think Yeti made a huge mistake by not allowing Yeti to be the name.
I totally agree. And
so, I don't know if I want to kind of hold that till 7, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Got to kill segments.
Okay.
We're getting into the segment killing season, David. It's not national anything today worthwhile.
Bill Belichick has suggested that we rename the trophies, take coaches' names off them. The coaches don't win games, players do. He thinks the Lombardi Trophy should be the Brady Trophy.
Boy, is he sucking up to Tom.
A little late for that. He needed to do it before he hired Pete Carroll, but you know. We could ask do you like the idea of 10-minute quarters? Have you watched
10-minute quarters? Robot umpires for balls and strikes. Chipping the football. Which one's the best idea?
How about if you just take out you could leave it in, but it'll come down to chipping the ball or robot umpires, but I like it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll head out to the Senior Bowl midway through the show, talk with Travis May. In a way, it's kind of our first in-depth NFL draft talk of the year. Pat Kerwin will join us from the Senior Bowl tomorrow, and we'll do 2 segments with Pat in terms of all the prospects that he's seen and coaches he's talked to, and share that information with us, because obviously next week will be Super Bowl week, and well, then you turn around, you're about 5 weeks away from free agency, and let the games, off-field games anyway, begin. Did you hear what Bill Belichick had to say, Mark, yesterday?
I did. Bill doesn't think that highly of his profession, apparently.
Well, he said players win games, not coaches. And he thinks that awards should not be named after coaches. They should be named after players. And in a week and a half, the Eagles and the Chiefs are playing for what, Mark?
The Lombardi.
And Belichick thinks it should be renamed after a great player. After a player who, has won a lot of, wait for it, Lombardi trophies.
I'm not going to argue with one of the greatest coaches to ever have coached in the sport, but I do think I think to change something after this long is a bad idea.
Obviously, it was not the Super Bowl the first time it was played. It was officially the Super Bowl the second time the game was played. They obviously didn't start winning the Lombardi trophy right away. Vince Lombardi did not win the Lombardi trophy the first 2 times he and the Packers won. But Belichick has proposed renaming the Lombardi trophy after Tom Brady. After all, he won 7 of them. When you think winning Super Bowls, who do you think of? I mean, that's a fair question, isn't it? When you think winning Super Bowls, who do you think of?
That's a great question. But I think of a lot of people. I don't immediately just think of Tom Brady.
Fair enough. But that was his suggestion yesterday. And the fact that it comes from a guy who won 6 of them, but also it comes from a guy who's considered one of the game's great historians. The NFL hired Belichick to help create the all-time top 100 list. And Belichick did a great job as a broadcaster on that NFL Network top 100 series of shows. He was nominated for an Emmy. He was so good, talking about the history of the game and the significance of certain players and how good certain players were from days gone by.
It leads to one potential problem, David. One day, someone could have won more Super Bowls than Tom Brady. Then what do? Change the name of the trophy?
Well, there are coaches who have won more Lombardi trophies than Lombardi.
Right. They didn't change the name of the trophy.
No, they didn't.
Because it has to do with what? The history of the sport. Particularly the history of that game.
Correct. I mean, they count, but it's a different kind of counting. How many NFL championships were won by Hallis, by Paul Brown, etc.
The NBA does this.
Yes. This was David Stern's doing.
The MVPs of the conferences are what? The Magic Johnson Trophy and the Larry Bird Trophy?
The MVP of the finals is the Bill Russell Award. Hockey, they have the names of their awards. The Hart Trophy, the Conn Smythe Trophy. So that was Belichick's suggestion yesterday. We shouldn't name awards after coaches. Players have a lot more to do with winning than coaches. We should name the trophies after players.
And I do think, you look at it from Lombardi to now, we do put more emphasis on the player than the coach now. Back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, it was all the coach in football, both college and pro. Collegiately, that's still similar, but in the pro game, it's definitely changed. We put all the emphasis on the quarterback.
You could also argue in college, they should emphasize the coach because the coach is not just coach, he's also general manager. More responsible for acquiring the talent in college is the coach than in the NFL. Plus, you have to acquire more of it.
I don't know. Now with the GMs in college, David, that's all changing too.
Well, they're still following the orders of the coach, so.
I'm just messing with
I know.
with Bill having a GM and all.
Right. Well, right. Like Mike Lombardi's the brains behind the operation in Chapel Hill.
I just think it's funny because Bill was the GM coach for all those years in New England, and he immediately hires a GM when he's in college.
But that's Belichick's idea.
Do you like it? I don't like it on the surface. I have no problem with the thought and the idea. I would not take Vince Lombardi's name off of the Vince Lombardi trophy for winning the Super Bowl. I wouldn't do it. Wouldn't even think about it.
Well, I wouldn't do it either because of his historical significance and presence. What was that great, John Facenda with the NFL films, the name Lombardi. The name epitomizes. I mean, for a generation, what was Bobby Knight? He was basketball's Lombardi. All of us of a certain age, our coaches behaved like who? Lombardi. Tough. You hope they were fair. You hope that which didn't necessarily get played up while he was alive. It got played up after he died. Okay, Lombardi's heart. And that actually he was a softie.
Unless you had an agent.
Unless you had an agent. At which point you got traded within 20 minutes, no matter how good you were. I'm sorry, Jim. You now play for the Eagles. You're in the wrong office. All-pro center who showed up with an agent to negotiate his contract. Lombardi traded him in 20 minutes.
The game hasn't changed at all.
But I have to admit, I loved when, and I forget what the name of the trophy was. I think it was just the NFL Man of the Year. But when they named it the Walter Payton Man of the Year, I thought that was cool. I thought it added prestige to the award.
Well, it's just the NFL MVP, right?
Well, no, the Man of the Year is like the...
No. The MVP award is just the MVP award, right?
I believe it is. I don't think it has a name.
There are other places that they could put a name on a trophy is what I'm saying.
But you want to keep the Lombardi the Lombardi.
Yes, I do. And I'm surprised Bill doesn't, with his love of the history of the game. To take away that name from the game, essentially, would be a disservice to the game of football, in my opinion, David.
Not only that, talk about the fan base he just honked off. My goodness.
There's not a lot of college, there's not a lot of 4-stars in Wisconsin.
Okay, but we all know he's going to try to go back to the NFL one day. Man. The starting 5 is next. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right, I have it worded like this, David. Adam Silver suggested that the NBA switch to 10-minute quarters. Which of these ideas would you like to see implemented? 10-minute quarters, robot umps for balls and strikes, or a GPS chip in footballs?
I like it.
I'm keeping the 10-minute quarters on there to see if it actually gets a vote.
Gotcha.
I say less than 5%.
I agree with you. My mom arrived in town in 3 hours. She hopped on the train at 3:30 yesterday afternoon in Newark, New Jersey. 18 hours later, she arrives in Jacksonville. When I was talking to her last night, the train was pulling up to Roanoke, Virginia. I think it was Roanoke. Don't think it was Richmond. I think it was Roanoke. One or the other. So my mother always introduces herself to the chef on the train, and it's the same chef. And so they've gotten to know one another. And he says, "You're going to have breakfast?" And she goes, "No." And he says, why? And she goes, well, then I'm going to have to sit with other people and talk to them. I don't want to. He said, I'll get you your own table. So my mom's going to have her own little private table in the breakfast car. I love her.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A lot took place last night in the sports world. There is a tragedy unfolding that's going to affect the sports world. We'll get to all of it next with
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
In case you missed it, last night around 9 o'clock, a small plane flying from Wichita, Kansas to our nation's capital collided with a military helicopter as it was about to land at Reagan National. The plane reportedly split in two and is crashed in the nearby river, I believe to be the Potomac.
That's correct.
There were anywhere from 64 to 67 people on board the plane. The reason that this has a sports world connection to it is that the U.S. Figure Skating Championships were just held in Wichita, Kansas. And there were U.S. figure skaters that were on board the flight. There's also a former Russian married couple who won the world championship as figure skaters in the 90s and have lived in the United States since at least 1998. Their son, who competed for the U.S. over the weekend, all believed to be on board. Right now, Mark, unless you've heard otherwise, and I know many of us are refreshing our phones constantly, have not heard a report of a single survivor yet of this crash.
No, all I have seen is that they have recovered bodies from the Potomac, David.
The Potomac is around 35 to 36 degrees right now. The accident happened at night, so we're talking bad visibility, very difficult conditions for the recovery teams to go and find whatever it is they can find. So that is an ongoing story. A footnote, if by chance you or someone you know has a flight scheduled out of Reagan National today, not sure when planes are going to be taken off. They say right now, not before 11 a.m., for what that's worth. In other much more trivial news, let's go to the NFL. Steve Wilks, the new Jets defensive coordinator. Aaron Glenmark making it a point saying, yeah, I'm not calling the defense. I'm the head coach. I need to run the team. I'm going to get it. Going to bring in a defensive coordinator, and he brings in longtime defensive coach and former NFL head coach Steve Wilks as his defensive coordinator. Chuck Pagano, and retired, is going to be part of John Harbaugh's staff in Baltimore. We just mentioned it. Bill Belichick wants to rename the Lombardi Trophy after a player. He suggested Tom Brady. Las Vegas, they bring back Patrick Graham as their defensive coordinator. He was a finalist for the Jags head coaching job. He also was considered the number one candidate to be the Jags' new defensive coordinator, but Pete Carroll wanted to keep him. So he did. Cam Ward won the Manning Award as the nation's top college quarterback. Seems kind of late, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
Notre Dame hired former Rutgers head coach Chris Ash to be their defensive coordinator. Ash also was co-defensive coordinator for Urban Meyer on the 2014 Ohio State national championship team. NBA. Cavs led the whole way. Donovan Mitchell with 34. The league's best team went to Miami, pounded the Heat by 20. 126-106. The Heat fall back to 500. Knicks have won 5 in a row. Denver Nuggets were impressed. Afterwards, they said, oh, yeah, that's a NBA title contender right there. I got to admit, I'm a Knicks fan. I don't take them seriously yet as a title contender, but when Jokic says they're a title contender, I have to admit, that gives them a little credibility in my book. The 76ers have won 4 in a row. Without Embiid and Paul George, by the way. Tyrese Maxey getting it done again. Sixers over the Sacramento Kings, 117-104. And apparently Sacramento's going to trade De'Aaron Fox. Celtics
he wants to go to San Antonio. That's his desired destination.
Yeah.
Now players don't get traded. They choose to where they want to be traded to.
Right. Although Sacramento apparently is not going to send him where he wants to go just because he wants to go there. He's got like a year and a half left on his contract. Sacramento's like, yeah, we're going to take care of ourselves. If he wants to go to San Antonio at some point, he can sign with them. But it shows you the lure of Wembanyama, right? Been a long time since players said, I want to go to San Antonio.
Right.
Porzingis with 34. Celtics beat the Bulls 122-100. Kawhi at 27. Clippers over the Spurs by 12. SGA had 52, and Oklahoma City still lost in Golden State, 116-109. College hoops, our system, Mark, is taking it on the chin this week.
Tough week, David.
Our system is 0-4. After going 18-10 over the last 2 weeks, our system is 0-4 this week. We were on LSU at home getting 11.5. They lost to top-ranked Auburn by 13. We were on West Virginia at home getting 9.5. They lost to 6th-ranked Houston by 14. Game of the night in Starkville. Alabama, ranked 4th in the country, beat Mississippi State, ranked 14th in the country, 88-84. The Hurricanes have lost 10 in a row. Virginia beat them 82-71. Miami's 4-17 on the season. In the state of Florida, FAU won by 20. Florida State lost by 10 at home to Virginia Tech. UNF needed overtime to beat Stetson 101-100. North Alabama fell out of a tie for first, losing to Queens 75-67. But the game of the night in Jacksonville led by 19 at the half, by 24 early second half. FGCU comes all the way back, outscoring the Dolphins 14-1 to end the game to win 83-79. Those two teams now tied for first in the A-Sun. NHL. Devils with 4 in the second. They beat the Flyers 5-0. Boy, the big boys for the Panthers were were out last night. The goal scorers were Bennett, Barkov, and Kachuk, and Bob had 30 saves in a shutout. Man, their A game is so damn good.
Yes, it is.
So,
And Washington's just cruising around with the best record in the East, and we all know that the Cup goes through Florida.
Yes,
That's
it
just
does.
the way that it is.
Panthers 3-0 over the Kings. Leafs have lost 3 in a row. Wild beat them 3-1. Vancouver beat Nashville by that same 3-1 score. They've won 3 in a row. And apparently their two best players hate each other.
Oh, yeah.
And the general manager's now gone public and acknowledged it. And he says, well, we're trading one of them. We just don't know which one.
And hockey people think it's a foolish idea because Miller's the guy they're most likely going to trade, and people think it's a terrible idea.
But he's got a no trade. So they have to work with him as to where he's going to go. The other guy's younger, doesn't have any trade restrictions. So he can trade him today if he wants. He's got to negotiate the trade with Miller. The Penguins beat the Utah Hockey Club 3-2 in overtime. Crosby, the game winner. I think that's
pretty
fitting.
nice little backhand.
But it's fitting. The people in Utah had never seen Sid the Kid play before, so it's nice that the old man can get the game winner. More on the Utah Hockey Club coming up. No, really. You'll want to stick around for it. Golf. He's a 22-year-old considered up-and-coming star in Europe. Northern Ireland's Tom McKibben. Rory McIlroy has helped groom the young man. Yeah, he joined LIV yesterday. Joined John Rahm's team. He's going to make his debut next week in Saudi Arabia. Ain't that a kick in the teeth, Rory?
Wow.
Speaking of Rory, him and Scheffler and Jordan Spieth are at Pebble Beach today for the AT&T Pro-Am.
Scheffler's debut this year on tour after injuring his hand on a glass at home.
Mark, the Rays spent some money yesterday. It may not seem like a lot to you. It's actually the second richest free agent deal the Rays have ever signed. Wait for it. The Rays signed infielder Han-Sung Kim, who was a utility all-star with the Padres this year. Now he's recovering from shoulder surgery. He'll miss the first 4 to 6 weeks of the season. He's a good player. He'll play primarily short, but he can play second or third. They signed him to a 2-year deal, but Kim can opt out after the first year. Mark, he makes $13 million this year. If he stays, he'll make $16 million next year. That's a 2-year, $29 million deal. It is the second most lucrative free agent deal the Rays have ever signed. They signed outfielder Greg Vaughn to a $34 million 4-year deal back in 1999. $29 million. Royals, by the way, signed Carlos Estevez, who was a closer last year for the Angels and the Phillies. It's a good signing. Estevez is a good pitcher. We mentioned it. Adam Silver suggesting the NBA should go to 10-minute quarters. The U.S. Open tennis tournament's been extended a day. It will now debut on a Sunday. So they will now play the tournament over 15 days. I believe Wimbledon now, Mark, is the only Grand Slam that's played in 14 days. And, of course, do they play on that middle Sunday?
No.
So Wimbledon jams in their tournament in the quickest amount of time. Then again, it's on grass, least wear and tear on the body. But U.S. Open tennis is going to start on a Sunday, and technically it'll be 3 Sundays, 15 days the tournament will be. Coming up, more on the Utah Hockey Club, and you will want to hear this story. Could have been our poll question.
Almost was.
But instead, that does it for the starting 5. 5 big stories in the Swamp Buggy Races poll question you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Speaking of that poll question, we battled during the break. I happened to win this one. I hope you enjoy the question. But if you voted for yourself as a curmudgeon yesterday, can we actually please you?
Yeah, you can. Okay. It just has to be, a question that's got a little edge to it. That's all.
From our lead curmudgeon, David Moulton. Thank you.
When my wife yesterday called me a curmudgeon, that one hurt because I thought, as Seth said yesterday, that I was a curmudgeon in training. I thought I was on my way to being a curmudgeon. She went, "Oh, no, you're there."
You were a curmudgeon in training. You've graduated to
Wow.
curmudgeon.
Damn. I thought I was still an undergrad.
Adam Silver suggested the NBA switch to 10-minute quarters. Which of these ideas would you like to see implemented? 10-minute quarters, robot umps for balls and strikes, or a chip in footballs? Right now, early voting, you want the chip.
I voted for the chip because I think umpires do a far better job calling balls and strikes than the guys do running in from the sidelines spotting the football. So if I could only have one, I want the GPS in the football immediately. I can live with the umpires. I think they're getting better every year.
I have wanted robot umpires for a long time.
For as long as we've been doing this.
I had to stay consistent with what I want.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, vote accordingly. By the way, do we have the final results from yesterday? In our curmudgeon, yesterday was National Curmudgeon Day. Are you a curmudgeon? Yes, no, but I'm working on it. Were our choices.
No, but I'm working on it. Won with 44% of the vote. No was second with 31% of the vote. And the curmudgeons brought up the rear on a very, very low vote total on the curmudgeon question. It did not hit the public the way we wanted it to, David.
It probably then screams that our audience is a bunch of curmudgeons because they didn't even want to vote on it.
Or they didn't know what they were so young, they didn't even know what curmudgeon meant.
And we did find out yesterday there's a female curmudgeon, right?
Yes.
It's like a targent or something like that.
Targent, I believe is what it was. Yes.
Yeah. So we have to look that word up again because I want to be able to look at my wife and mother today and go, "You bunch of targents." Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today. and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton. Yeah, if early reports are true, this is oh boy. Did I go to 2 drive-throughs yesterday? Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Termagant.
Right.
Rmagant.
And apparently a synonym is a shrew. So if you think the woman in your life is a curmudgeon, you can also call her a shrew, a termagant, or a shrew. By the way, in theory, doesn't it seem to be a bad idea to say to the military helicopters, avoid the planes? be aware of the planes when you're flying? Doesn't that seem to be maybe bad policy?
Well, no, I mean, I think they should avoid the planes.
Well, I understand, but should they not be near them? Maybe?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. Travis May will join us from the Senior Bowl coming up 1 hour from now. Pat Kerwin will join us tomorrow for 2 segments after having spent all week in Mobile, Alabama from the Senior Bowl. So we'll start looking ahead to the draft in an hour and then in great detail with Pat tomorrow. Next week is Super Bowl 59 week. I hope you all understand that. We said last segment, get ready for more about the Utah Hockey Club. See, this is a Miller and Moulton favorite. The naming of a team. We love this stuff. Mark, especially, he's been involved in the naming of a team. I just think it's cool. He actually was in a couple of organizations when they had to do it. So, Mark, have you seen and heard the latest about the NHL team in Utah?
David, I have. They have narrowed the voting down to 3 finalists.
Well,
But
one of
for
them
different reasons.
Well, one of them's got to be Yeti, right?
No, Yeti did not make the cut.
How could it not make the cut? It's what everybody wants to name the team.
Because of Yeti.
Excuse me?
The coolers. Right. The cups that I've got right here in my hand. The Yeti 32-ounce lovely water cup that I use every morning. One for water, one for coffee for those keeping track at home.
Well,
but
what's their problem?
The United States Patent and Trademark Office refused the team's trademark to Utah Yetis due to the likelihood of confusion. In fact, they turned down the trademark for Utah Blizzard and Utah Venom for the same reason.
Because of what? Dairy Queen?
My guess, I don't know where Venom would come from, but
right.
The Blizzard would probably be DQ.
Huh. So this hockey team's not going to be named Yeti?
That is correct.
Do you think it's just a bluff? Do you think that this is a way to get Yeti to the negotiating table? By the way, if you ran Yeti, wouldn't you want? I mean, can't you negotiate a deal? Yeti, the official Yeti of the Utah Yeti?
If I were the Yeti Corporation, I would have been calling the trademark office saying, we're fine with that. In fact, we like it. I am totally with you, David. If I were the Blizzard, I would then have a deal with DQ and I'd be selling Blizzards on the concourse.
Oh, the official Blizzard of
the Utah Blizzard.
There you go. Hell, I'd work them into our ads, work us into theirs.
No doubt. I'd let a player come up with his own Blizzard.
Right.
I would.
I'd put it on the menu. The Utah Blizzard. What is it?
So while the Blizzard, the Venom, the Yeti, and the Outlaws did not make the cut.
Wow, these are solid names here. So
what made the cut?
Okay.
Utah Hockey Club, the current name.
Whoa. You mean to tell me that after all this, they could name the team what they're currently naming it?
Yes.
That would be a mistake. Although there are some after Washington named the football team the Commanders who said, can we go back to being the WFT?
The Utah Mammoth.
Mammoth. Okay.
And the Utah Wasatch.
Excuse me?
I believe I pronounced that right. Wasatch.
Wasatch.
That's what I went with.
So that
It
of
is
course,
a mountain range in Utah.
oh, okay.
85% of the state's population lives within a 15-mile radius. It
So
was not an initial 6 finalist, but it replaces Yeti.
yeah, okay. And apparently it also pays an homage to a mythical snow creature. So I'm guessing that mythical snow creature would be the mascot.
Probably.
Okay. So this is what I heard. I heard that fans beginning last night
That's correct.
in the game against the Penguins and then in the subsequent next 3 games, fans are going to vote as to which of the 3 names they want. They're going to, I guess, get iPads that have logos and potential mascots of the Mammoth, the hockey club, and the Wasatch on them. You're not allowed to take any pictures of it. Apparently, they did this before. They were doing something with the Jazz a couple years ago, and they did the exact same thing. And they basically, when you walked up, they said, no phones. You take your phone out, you don't get the iPad, you don't get to look at it, you don't get to vote. So they want to protect their intellectual property, yet at the same time, they want people to vote.
I don't like any of the names. I liked Yeti. I liked Blizzard.
I'm even okay with Venom. Although, the mascot would be, I mean, what's your mascot? A snake? I mean, that's tough, but I'm with you. Blizzard? Okay. So Mammoth Wasatch Hockey Club.
Right.
Vote accordingly. Here, however, see this to me, and you tell me, if you as an organization, you put off the name for a year, you may end up keeping the name. That kind of makes you seem like the boy that cried wolf, doesn't it? You've been huffing and puffing and making all this noise for 8 months, and it turns out it's all been for naught. You're going to go with what you originally came up with anyway. I don't know. It seems like you've wasted our time, doesn't it? I don't think they can go with Hockey Club.
Funny, I think Hockey Club might be the best of the 3.
Okay, even if it is though, but can you go with it? I mean, doesn't it? I mean, you've been, in charge of marketing, PR for a new organization. I mean, don't you feel as if you're stringing everybody along if you go with the original idea?
Well, I worry more about the chance. The name can be synonymous with different chants, different cheers.
Right.
I don't know how you do go club, go club, go. There's nothing there.
Well, how do you do Mammoth or Wasatch?
I don't know. There's not much to these names that lends itself with the fans.
Let's go Mammoth. Let's go Wasatch. I mean, not only that, what's your mascot? A mountain range? And also, can one person be a mountain range, or do you have to have multiple people?
Well, no, because you did say that it was the Wasatch is an ode to a mythical creature.
True.
So they've got the creature they can come up with.
Here's the other thing. I guess they've given themselves an out. So they're going to do 4 days worth of voting for everybody who goes to the game. But then there's like a little disclaimer that basically says, yeah, we don't have to go with what it is the people decide. See, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't say that you're putting it up to a vote and then we're going to rig the vote. We're going to change the vote. We're going to do our own thing. I don't like that. Also, at what point does Gary Bettman pick up the phone and go, listen, I arranged for you to get this team, okay? Your names are ridiculous.
Look at I think they had a couple of good names, but the U.S. Trademark Office nixed them.
Come on, let's get on it. Okay, we got all these movers and shakers coming to Washington, right? We can't ask one of them, can't ask somebody to get on the phone. I mean, it's got to be somebody in the new administration's a hockey fan, right?
Probably not.
Come on, it's got to be somebody. I mean, none of the
one hockey
headliners.
fan doesn't have enough guts to say anything. He's the only guy there.
I mean,
he's just trying to see Ovechkin break the record without bothering anybody, David.
So apparently, and the voting ends what, Tuesday?
Yes.
And so apparently then we're supposed to know the name of the hockey club, which could be the hockey club.
Yeti out. Outlaws out. Blizzard out. Mammoth, Wasatch, Hockey Club. That's what it boils down to.
Man, I don't like these names. I mean, seriously, if they name this hockey team the Mammoth.
Or the Wasatch.
At least I mean, nobody around the country will know what it is. You got to be from Utah, I guess, or having spent time there. But okay, at least it's named after, you. It's original to you. Okay. I'll tell you what, if you nail the logo, it's kind of like the Kraken. I mean, none of us knew what the hell the Kraken was. We saw their gear. We're like, oh, my goodness. I want some Seattle Kraken gear.
It's a great point. Logo was great. Mascot's tremendous.
Right.
So I'm sure that mythical creature part of this has the Utah people thinking of what the Kraken did with their mascot as well. But that is the naming of the Utah Hockey Club, yet to be determined. They're trying to work it out.
It's a big story, ladies and gentlemen. The naming of a team. Okay. I mean, you probably think there's stuff bigger than this. We don't. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I got a story here.
Okay. I had a little one too.
Good. We'll go with yours because mine might be bigger.
Good. We can use it for the next segment. I just wanted to talk about Caitlin Clark and whether or not she made a mistake.
Okay.
Not doing the 3-point shot thing.
She's not doing anything outside the WNBA. She turned down that 3-on-3 league. She's turned down the NBA. She's been very loyal to the WNBA. Deadstruck, I love the name. I would argue the best logo is the Blackhawk.
I agree.
I think it's very tough to beat the Blackhawk.
And I hate the Blackhawks.
Right.
But that logo is great.
Beautiful. When the UND were the Fighting Sioux, they had such a great logo too.
Mhm.
God.
They did.
Atlanta Thrashers jerseys. That's funny. That funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Adam Silver had a hell of an idea yesterday. And by hell of an idea, we mean, what the were you thinking? So Adam Silver said out loud on the Dan Patrick Show, hey, you know what I think be a good idea? Maybe if we played 4 10-minute quarters. And there's literally not one person in the NBA that likes this idea. But he's the commissioner. It's his idea. And so Mark said, well, there are other people who have ideas. Let's throw them out there and see which crazy idea people want to do. So, do you like the 4 10-minute quarters in the NBA? Do you want the robot umpires in baseball? Or do you want the GPS chips in the football?
And right now you want the chip. You don't care about the robot umps, and you really don't care about the NBA.
We included that idea on the question, quite frankly, just to see how many votes it would get.
And I didn't think it would get more than 5% of the votes. I think it may get 0% of the votes. It may be the first time we've had a poll question that nobody votes on one of the answers.
Nah, somebody will do it. It'll be like not voting for Jeter or Ichiro. You know, somebody will do it. I was the one. That was me. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
So I saw this story, and I think the person who has opted out of this is making a bit of a mistake.
Okay.
Caitlin Clark, who is the star in the WNBA.
Mm-hmm.
There is no second.
Right. She's not the best player, but she's the
biggest
star. Right.
She was invited to join the NBA All-Star Game festivities and the 3-point challenge. Last year it was Curry and Ionescu, right?
Right. And Curry had to hit like his last 3 to beat her by 1.
And they invited Caitlin Clark, and she's turned them down.
Ooh.
Her representative said that Caitlin will not be at NBA All-Star Weekend. She wants her first 3-point contest to be at the NBA All-Star in Indianapolis this summer. Okay. I get it. That's where she plays.
Right.
She's being loyal, I guess, to the WNBA. But my question would be, who owns the WNBA?
That would be the NBA.
Yeah. And after Ionescu came so close to beating Curry, I think she showed us that these great shooters are equals.
Yeah. If you can stroke it, you can stroke it.
Right.
Yeah. In fact, we last year, when the 3-point contest was so well received between Ionescu and Curry, we thought, well, wouldn't it be great a year from now when they can team Ionescu up with Caitlin Clark? And maybe it could be Curry and, I don't know, Durant. Or you could have, 3 or 4 of them just in a contest and add Caitlin to the mix. So we were kind of looking forward to her saying yes.
I think it's a mistake. I think she's done a remarkable job of growing women's basketball. She's been incredible. Doing the pro-ams in golf, doing the interview circuits, doing commercials. She has been a great representative to her game. But this would grow her game more than the women's WNBA All-Star game will, David.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it would grow the WNBA or would it just grow Caitlin Clark more? Because she's facing the backlash in amongst the WNBA of, you know, oh, sure, you're getting all the attention. You know, when we've been pounding the pavement for 20 years.
And your pavement pounding has led to you getting an ambassador who can help all of you. This is and I'm not trying to compare her to Tiger Woods. I'm not. But this is the golfer complaining that Tiger Woods brought too much to the PGA Tour.
But remember, and, you know, if you can go back to the fall of 96 and early 97, like there were golfers who resented Tiger.
Oh, yeah.
On the
That's
PGA
why I
Tour.
brought it up. That's
Right.
what this reminds me of.
I mean, I remember Azinger totally embracing the idea of Tiger at the time. Azinger goes, the best golfer in the world, maybe 20 years old, and I think it's great. And his fellow pros kind of looked at him like, what's your problem? He's like, I think it's great.
But there were plenty who resented him. And I remember what did Tiger win and said he had his B game or something like that? That's what really pissed him off.
Or remember the sit-down interview with Curtis Strange? You know, what's your goal every week? And he said to win, and Curtis goes, you'll learn. Tiger, a few years later, was like, no, I meant it then, I mean it now.
So I think she's making a mistake not doing this.
Okay.
Whether it's for her brand or the WNBA's brand, because one goes with the other.
Oh, I'm with you. I mean, the bigger she can be, you know, she'll drag the league with her. You know, I don't think
people are discovering, David, and not lots of them, but people are discovering when they watch Caitlin Clark, and her numbers of her games are through the roof. She is a television draw. Make no mistake.
Yeah, no, millions watched the Indiana Fever play last year. Millions.
And maybe some are discovering when they get beat and play against other players that the league is good. And maybe they watch more because of it, because the numbers for the league were up
significantly. Now, I would argue, you know, having watched the WNBA, the talent level so much better in the last 5 years than it was previously. It's a much better watch now. It is. Much better. It can be an entertaining product on its own. It struggled to do that for the most part up until the last few years.
So, saw the story, thought I would bring it up. I think she's making a mistake.
Yeah, I'm a little bummed. I would like to have seen that. Probably would have been on Saturday night, right? The NBA All-Star Weekend, the game's on Sunday. The dunk and the three-point contest is on Saturday. Yeah, I would have tuned in. I would have. Appointment viewing if I wasn't busy. If I wasn't working, I would have tuned in.
I would have checked it out. I would have some interest. So she opts out of this. We'll see what, if anything, it does to her Q rating. That seems to only be going up, up, up.
I just hope she gets better. You know, remember, Magic and Larry got better. And they were amazing as rookies. They got better. I mean, you know, they didn't win MVP as rookies. They were all-stars. They were amazing. They weren't MVP. By like year 3, year 4, oh, they start winning MVPs, the two of them. Oh, yeah. Bird won 3 in a row, and then I think Magic won 2 or 3 in a row. Oh, yeah. And then Michael said that, thank you. Appreciate that. I'll take it from here.
But no 10-minute quarters.
Stupid.
Adam Silver suggesting the NBA go to 10-minute quarters yesterday, and he was panned by everyone, including most of the coaches in his league. Miller and Moulton. Poll question up at Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Before Bird started winning his MVPs, you had Kareem, you had Julius Erving, and you had Moses. Moses won 2. He won 1 with Houston, then he gets traded, and he wins 1 with Philly.
Axe, that's the dumbest thing you've ever typed.
Who are we talking about here?
Brian Axberg or B. Axberg. That the WNBA is going to start outdrawing the NBA. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I disagree with I don't know. I did not think it was a crap product last year,
What's that?
the WNBA. At all. The ball moved. They could shoot it. They all played. Well, there was a time the product was crap, a long time. I don't think that time is now.
They still miss a lot of layups, David.
They do. Listen, I've always argued that the rim shouldn't be 10 feet for them. And that if the rim was 9 feet, I mean, if we think women, if you go by track and field times and things like that, if you think there's whatever percentage of physical difference you think there is, I've always thought that they should reduce the rim by 10%, a foot, and how much better the product would look if you made that allowance for the women. But whatever. I don't care if you watch or not. Well, they have a smaller basketball. They did adjust the basketball for them. It is smaller because they have smaller hands.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour. Travis May will join us at the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. So, did you see this story out of Wisconsin? The college football player who he's trying to follow in Diego, was it Pavia, the Vanderbilt quarterback?
Okay.
Who successfully got a court injunction to give him an extra year of eligibility against the NCAA's, protests, because he did a year of junior college. And he argued before the court, you can't get the same opportunity to earn NIL money and what have you at junior college as you can at a Division I school. So you can't say that a year at junior college is equal to a year at Division I. You can't take a year of eligibility away from me because of this level, because it's not the same. It's not apples to apples. It ain't even apples to oranges. And he got the court injunction. And so he's going to play another year at Vanderbilt. Well, Mark, you got people who played D2 and D3 ball, and you knew one of them was going to go, well, doesn't the same logic apply to me?
Yeah, I have to be honest here. I don't get their argument. If you were good enough out of high school to play Division I ball and get NIL money, then you would have played Division I ball and gotten NIL money.
Well, that's an interesting, if you and I want to have a little sidebar here before we get back to the story. Because Mark, and we've talked about this for a few years now. Right now, if you're a high school recruit, you got problems, because the Division I's, football and basketball, they're much more interested in taking transfers than they are recruiting you. They ain't going to spend the time building you up for 2 years and making you what they used to. No, I'm going to go get the 21-year-old who's already put the 2 years into the weight room, who's already proven that he or she can play it at a certain level. Your potential, I don't have time for that. And since we're paying money, I can't pay for potential. I got to pay for performance. You and I have talked about it, Mark. If you're a high school athlete right now, your opportunities, your scholarship opportunities, it's a much tighter world to get a scholarship in now than it was just 3 years ago.
It is, and that's for the 2-star kid. The 3, 4, and 5-star kid is still getting the scholarship. They are. But for the kid, and for that matter, David, and I understand where you're coming from, and you're right on a lot of counts, but for the Power 4 especially, the rest of college football has to fill their roster somewhere because their good players are transferring to the Power 4 schools.
I agree. So you're saying to trickle down or trickle up?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we got two things going on right now. We got the proposal to give everybody just 5 years. No more 4 years. Let's just give everybody 5 years. But also there's the rule that says you're only going to get 5 years. There's not going to be 6 or 7 or what have you. You're only going to get 5. Well, Nazir Fakarian was a cornerback at Wisconsin. And he argued that the NCAA has violated federal antitrust law, the Sherman Act, by preventing him from playing football this upcoming season. And he went to U.S. District Court in Wisconsin after the NCAA on Wednesday denied his request for a waiver to play an additional year. He played at Division II for a year. He barely played. Also, during that year, his father died. And he said, come on, you can't count a year of me playing covering kicks and playing 50 snaps in Division II is the same as playing a year of Division I ball. And
I agree with him. Was he good enough to play Division? Why was he at the Division II school?
Who knows?
Probably because he wasn't offered a scholarship at a Division I school.
Well, okay. And what they're arguing, though, is that why should that count against me? Mark, and we mentioned this one time a couple months ago, but it was during the season, and nobody wanted to get this deep into an issue. But we mentioned this, and we did a whole segment on it one time. We said somebody is going to go to court and is going to argue, why is there a time limit on how many years I can play?
Right.
What other job, now granted, you could say term limits, but what other job, do they limit the number of years you can play in the NFL?
Well, you put a key word into your argument. Job.
Right.
Job.
Mm-hmm.
It's why the colleges, one of the many reasons they don't want to make these kids employees. Because when it becomes an employee-employer situation, your point is very valid.
Now, in theory, you can put age limits on a job, right? They do it all the time. The federal employees have to retire by a certain age. There are parts of our society where we do limit, you can't drink till you're of a certain age. We have been able to put age limits and restrictions on things in our society. But one of the arguments is, hey, man, if it's pay to play, well, why is there a limit on how many years I can get paid to play linebacker at Penn State? Seriously. Why can't I be at 25? Why can't I play 7? Why can't I get my graduate degree? Why can't I get at my doctorate? If I go to school for 10 years at Kent State, why can't I play football for 10 years at Kent State? And once they start paying the athletes, which is what they're doing now. Okay, I don't know, Mark. It seems like an argument that can win in court. You tell me, how do you limit? Why is it somebody can only play 4 years? Well, because that's what we've always said. Well, times have changed. You didn't pay the people openly either. I mean, I don't know that the NCAA can, once you go 4 to 5, can't you go to 7, 8, 10?
I suppose that you can. And I see exactly where you're going with the argument. And they're going to try to rely on one just being in school.
Okay.
I mean, that's the
Yep.
first thing.
And that's fine. But we all know, I mean, listen, I know somebody who went to college for 11 years. And they were a great student, by the way. It wasn't because they were 0.00. This wasn't a Blutarski. This was because they got an undergrad, that, you know, they got this and that, and they got 2 separate degrees. And by the way, she's making a boatload of money. But I mean, we all know lawyers and doctors and what have you. I mean, come on, they go to school a long time.
I agree, they do. Their workload usually prevents them from playing on the football team, David.
I understand. But come on. So anyway, so we got a couple of different things going on here. We got the people who played non-Division I football who are like, yeah, you can't take a Division I year of eligibility away from me because I played JUCO or D2 or D3. No. It ain't apples to apples. It may have been, it may have been back in the day, but no. Because do you know how much money I just got paid to play cornerback at Wisconsin last year? Yeah, I didn't get that to play at Chadron State. No, you can't take this away from me. And at the very least, Mark, they're wanting to make the argument, like there's a really good JUCO in Southwest Florida, FSW. Now, they don't have a football program, but they have other programs. I mean, if you take the Diego Pavia argument and go forward, in theory, you could play 2 to 4 years at FSW and then go to the Gators and play 4 or 5 years in baseball or softball or volleyball.
Textures on your side. Why does it matter how many years? Isn't college football just like minor league baseball now? Another texture. BYU already has guys on the 8-year plan.
Now, I'm not advocating for it, okay? But I am just bringing up a couple of the arguments that have been made. Pavia made the argument a JUCO year doesn't equate with a Division I year. He got a court to agree. Once again, we've joked about it. Name me a time in the last 15 years the NCAA has won a court case when it concerns player eligibility and player payment for video games or anything else. Name me a time since Maurice Claret that the NCAA has won in court. And that's over 20 years ago. And so, Mark, if my JUCO year doesn't count against me, why should your D2 year count against you?
My first and my only argument is the same one I had earlier. JUCO, I understand from a grade standpoint, sometimes you can't get in.
Maybe I went to a JUCO because there was an illness in the family and I needed to stay close to home. You know, we could do, I mean, come on, you all know we can get before the court and just argue hardship after hardship after hardship.
But until they make them employees, well, until they make them employees, when they do that, they're going to have trouble with eligibility ending after 4, 5, 6, 8 years for that matter.
But then you know you're going to get the kid and the lawyer who's going to look before the court and go, whether they call them employees or not, they're employees.
Now, at the JUCO level, at the D2 level, at the D3 level, yes, you can get NIL deals. You can. I don't know if Mountain Union's paying a lot of NIL money to keep that D3 streak going in football.
I don't think they are. You and I actually know somebody whose kid went to Mount Union and played football. We're going to text him during the break. Any NIL money?
But what is true is that it's not NIL.
Right.
That's the part that I think people have to understand, is that we vaulted right over name, image, and likeness and went to pay for play. Make no mistake. This is pay for play.
Right.
Lane Kiffin isn't calling up recruits or, potential transfers in the portal and saying, if you come here, you're going to be doing some McDonald's ads. He's saying, no, you're going to get $30,000 or $50,000 or $80,000 to play position X. Period.
Right. You're not appearing in, Bob's car lot commercials. I just don't know how the players lose, Mark. Honestly, I don't know how they lose in court. Mark, the Supreme Court threw the Sherman Act in the NCAA's face a few years ago. Remember, the Supreme Court voted unanimously against the NCAA.
Think about that. I mean, think about the society in which we live today, how polarized politics is. And the Supreme Court was unanimous against the NCAA. Do you know how hard it is for the Supreme Court to be unanimous these days?
On anything. And by the way, this was a Trump court. This was with the 6 conservative justices. The NCAA thought they were getting a break by arguing it before the quote-unquote Trump court, if you will. And Kavanaugh, remember?
Well, he didn't even write
No, he didn't write any of the opinions, but Kavanaugh's line of questioning destroyed the NCAA.
Right, but after the opinion was written, Kavanaugh said, by the way, can I also write an opinion on this?
And another thing.
He just lit them on fire.
Right. I mean, Clarence Thomas spoke at the hearing. You know how many years he goes without asking a question? Yeah, he asked like 2. I mean, the NCAA got destroyed. Mark, I don't know how they win. If Pavia wins, if a JUCO year doesn't equal a D1 year, how can a D2 or D3 year equal a D1 year? You and I and our, trusted legal minds, having watched all the Law and Order that we've watched, how in the world? I don't know how the NCAA is going to win. Name me their next win in court. I'd love to know what it is.
I'd like to think they have some legs to stand on with this JUCO, that a year is a year is a year, but they've already lost once.
Now, it was just an injunction. They've
appealed it. Yes,
right.
They already have.
Right. So anyway, there's a Wisconsin cornerback who's taking them to court also. Miller and Moulton. Travis May. We'll talk the Senior Bowl. Little draft talk next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
MLB and NFL both. Why is it a waste of money? Seriously, aren't you? I mean, the helmet technology is better now. Doesn't it promote safety? Never mind the fact they're expensive. Well, I think the owner of the Broncos, I mean, aren't they Walmart? I mean, their money is money. Yeah, they're Steinbrenner Field, which is like across the street, down the road a little bit from Ray J.
Travis is all set.
Awesome.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home in the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Final hour of the show in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. We'll get into the draft for the first time with Travis May. He covers college football, the NFL draft for A to Z Sports. A to Z Sports. He also helps run it besides write for it. You can follow Travis on X at FF_TravisM. FF_TravisM. Travis, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
Doing great. It's been a fun week down here in Mobile, just getting an up close and look at some of the best football players in the country. But thanks for having me on.
Well, what have you seen? You know, like I know you wrote a story a couple days ago saying, the running back room and rankings looks a whole lot different than what we thought 4 days ago. So I'm just curious, what have you seen?
Oh, man, what I've seen this running back class is incredibly deep. I think many of us coming into this process thought that was the case. But I think even guys that we had questions on or didn't have the season that we thought they were going to this past year have been impressing, whether that's Trevor Etienne of Georgia, Ollie Gordon, Oklahoma State, a couple other guys that really surprised, like Rashard Smith, who changed from wide receiver to running back this past year for SMU and put up just a ridiculous season. And, it's one thing to have one breakout year, but to do it in front of scouts and everyone else here down in Mobile and look like one of the best backs, being explosive at every facet. Just really been impressed by Rashard Smith of SMU and Trevor Etienne just showing off his chops, just embarrassing linebackers. He looks every bit the part. So were there questions with him about being, maybe the best running back down here? He really answered any questions when it came to the one-on-ones with linebackers and showing off his vision and speed to the edge. And so that's been really fun with running back specifically.
All right. Have you been able to talk to scouts or NFL personnel at all regarding the running backs? Because obviously this year and the free agent signings of running backs and some of the guys that were drafted in the past couple of years having big years, it seems that this has been the year of the running back or the resurgence of the running back in the NFL. Do NFL people acknowledge that, and does it change the way they're looking at these backs?
Yeah, there's actually been a shift. I've talked to some people about this here and even leading up to this about the fact that there's been a resurgence in running efficiency in the league. As teams have kind of tried to stop the pass, there's been wider lanes and there's lighter boxes to be taken advantage of. And I think teams are getting creative with how they use different body types at the position. I think actually Jim Nagy even said something about that in the opening presser, as well as a couple other scouts that kind of confirmed that, yes, teams are really trying to recreate what the Detroit Lions have done with their backfield with Gibbs and Montgomery, and having that explosion with one and having that balance and strength with another back, having a balanced set of running backs in today's game to take advantage of wider boxes than ever, taking advantage of creative run games that are not seeing a resurgence in efficiency, more so than we've seen in recent years. And so, yes, had that confirmed leading up to this week, and especially down here, that given that the free agent class and the questions there and the depth of this class, we're going to see guys that could have real playing time taken in rounds 4, 5, maybe even 6 and later at some point, given how deep this class is.
Travis May, A to Z Sports, A to Z Sports. Follow him on X at FF_TravisM, FF_TravisM. Well, it's supposed to be the year of the defensive lineman. I don't know how many of the first rounders have come to Mobile, but what has the line of scrimmage looked like this week?
The trench play here has been just phenomenal. It's been a lot of fun just to see how many of these good edge players did show up to this event. Shamar Stewart and Mike Green have been two obvious winners, so much so that they've actually opted out of this final day of practice, so they won't be participating. Shamar Stewart, of course, of Texas A&M. Mike Green, small school guy from Marshall, but he had like 17 sacks last year and was dominant. But Mike Green won a lot with speed this past year, but he clearly wanted to come and prove that he could win with power. and that's what he's done. I don't know if you saw the one rep that's been blowing up everywhere, but the whole stadium felt like overreacted a little bit when he basically threw Josh Connolly Jr. of Oregon off of his feet onto the ground in one really powerful rep just yesterday. But Mike Green, there are questions about maybe his power. There are no longer. And so I think he's one that has risen on that side. But on the interior defensive line, there's been a bunch of really good play as well from Walter Nolan. He started off a little slow on the first day, but he's really impressed. Walter Nolan of Ole Miss, he was really highly touted recruit coming in to college, but then transferred to Ole Miss and had really his best season as kind of the anchor of the best pass rush in the country. He really looked the part. And then Deion Walker of Kentucky, he had one kind of bad rep against Willie Lampkin, who's actually a shorter offensive lineman, but Lampkin just kind of got under his pads because Deion Walker's this massive 6'7" guy who has like 9 inches of height on Lampkin. But besides that one rep, Deion Walker looked really well in the trenches too. And he was probably projected to be a top 40 pick coming into this week. And I think he probably confirmed that as well.
The quarterback position. Obviously, the two big guys are not there, but Jackson Dart's making some waves. Any other quarterbacks making waves this week at Senior Bowl practice?
Jackson Dart has been the lone exception to the rather disappointing quarterback play, I would say, versus most years down here in Mobile. Jackson Dart has been dropping dimes, showing he has touched on the deep stuff, but he has the arm strength and drive to get it where he wants over the middle, finding his tight ends quite a bit. And I think to end the practice session yesterday, he was slicing and dicing and really found a connection with Jake Brenningstool with Clemson. And actually ended the practice with one of the most impressive passes and connections by tight ends with Jake Brenningstool against Billy Bowman Jr., safety from Oklahoma. So I'm really impressed by Dart. And I'd say if I had to say that there was another one who's looked really good, Riley Leonard of Notre Dame certainly looked a lot more comfortable yesterday. And I think, we always knew he had the athleticism and mobility. He demonstrated that throughout the college football playoffs, but he got a little bit more comfortable. So we'll see if he impresses on this final day of practice. But it's not been a normal quarterback year for sure. Dylan Gabriel has looked controlled as well, especially when he's targeting one of his favorites wide receivers in Tez Johnson, that Oregon connection. But I will say I've been specifically disappointed in how Jalen Milroe of Alabama has performed. I think a lot of people wanted to say, hey, he's definitely the QB4 in this class, maybe even QB3 in this class. But it's hard to tell at this point.
What has disappointed you about him?
It's some of the same that we saw at Alabama. I think the inconsistencies and inaccuracies on some passes that should be easy. The very first day, one of the best plays made was as a result of basically a miss from Jalen Milroe. He threw it high and outside on just what was a simple crossing route to Mason Taylor, and Mason Taylor had to jump and get one hand on it and bobble it in, and it was a great play by Mason Taylor, tight end of LSU, but it shouldn't have been that hard because he was wide open. He was sitting flat, and so I think one of the worst plays of the day yesterday, day 2 of practice, was Jalen Milroe. He let the pressure get to him. RJ Oben had a nice spin move off the edge, and they counted the play a sack, but Milroe still got the ball off in time just so he could get the ball picked off by Jack Kaiser, also another name. And so there's just been some disappointing plays. One really bad throw and one-on-ones. He targeted Chimere Dike at Florida and, again, got picked off by Billy Bowman Jr. So just inaccuracies. He's late. Deep ball is okay, but we saw that at Alabama. And so I think there's the same questions, except maybe worse than we even thought.
The Senior Bowl genuinely produces a couple of players who began the week as projected third rounders who may end up being late first round, early second round picks. Who are the guys that you're seeing that are significantly moving up boards this week?
Oh, man. Yeah, there's a few guys that I think probably fit that criteria that are here. I think that there's been a lot of buzz about similar linebackers with who I've talked to that, coming into this week, the linebacker position was maybe the worst position. But that's not the case now. I think a lot of people are getting higher on Smile London and Schlesinger of UCLA, and although he's not participated, but that was the buzz coming into the week before he was not participating. But trying to think about guys that could be first rounders, because that's quite the leap coming into the process to really jump that high. But I would say other guys that would kind of fit that criteria. I think that the biggest riser that everyone across the board is like, okay, now he is a first rounder, is the Mike Green of Marshall, because he was rising already in mock draft data and circles of scouts that I've had a chance to talk with in recent weeks. But he was kind of a day 2 guy for a long time, but now it's like there are basically no questions he's going to be a first rounder. And then yesterday, Trey Amos of Ole Miss, he kind of got dinged up at the end of the day, but kind of got confirmation he didn't need to participate in the final day as well because he's already impressed so much. He was kind of a round 2, maybe round 3 cornerback, and so he's risen up to where maybe he's going to sneak in to that range as well. So lots of guys rising this week for sure.
Travis, thanks for doing this. We really appreciate it. Travis May, who helps run A to Z Sports, and he also writes for it, college and pro football and the NFL draft. Follow Travis on X, FF_Travis M, FF_Travis M. Travis, thanks so much. Safe travels.
Glad to join. You guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Travis May, kind enough to join us. At the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Pat Kerwin will join us tomorrow. We'll talk about what he has seen this week at the Senior Bowl. For what it's worth, and I'm not studying this, but I'm hearing that the Gators and the Canes players are showing well, that their athleticism has been on full display. The Miami tight end has apparently wowed people. So, for whatever that's worth.
Senior Bowl will head us into the Combine in not too long, and the draft talk will continue in the coming months on Miller and Moulton. Probably another draft show.
Probably.
We took one off a couple of years ago.
Okay. I mean, we get to drink during the draft show, We get drunk even during the draft show. I mean, I don't know if I want to miss that. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Be safe. Love you. I love the Twitch chat room inviting themselves over Mark's house for a draft party. Did we have Trent on the draft show last year?
Yes. I think.
Yeah, he left after the draft. Oh. Oh boy. They're saying no survivors.
Yeah, I can't imagine that there was, David. Can't get the second hour of the podcast to load for whatever reason. Just says processing. It usually says processing for about 15 seconds. It's been saying it for several minutes, and I don't know why. I can't do a damn thing about it.
Paul, it's 2024 was a very long year. I have tried Aikman's beer. I like it. It's a richer Miller Lite.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Having a little fun at Adam Silver's expense with our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Adam Silver suggested, and he had two reasons for suggesting it. I mean, we have mocked the suggestion, which we probably shouldn't, Mark, since you and I like ideas. We like original thought. We don't agree with both all the time, but we don't like groupthink. We don't like cliche talk. So we probably should have been a little nicer, a little kinder and gentler towards Adam Silver than we were. But the NBA commissioner went on the Dan Patrick show yesterday and for two reasons suggested that maybe the NBA should have 4 10-minute quarters instead of 4 12-minute quarters. And there's no one in the league that liked the suggestion. And at first glance, neither did Miller and Moulton. But we used it to formulate our poll question, which is, of the ideas that are out there in leagues, which one do you like best? Shortening the NBA to 4 10-minute quarters, having the robot umpires call balls and strikes in baseball, or implementing a GPS chip in the footballs in the NFL.
The chip is running away with it, over 72% of the vote. Someone did vote for the 10-minute quarters just to prove that someone would vote for the 10-minute quarters.
Knew it would happen. It was the Ichiro Jeter vote. We knew it would happen. Okay, we just don't know how many others will vote accordingly. His reasoning, by the way, was twofold. Mark, once again, what are professional sports?
Television shows.
Right. And he said, there's something to the 2-hour window. Our window is like 2.5-ish. And there's something to that 2-hour window with modern consumers. And maybe we need to fit our product into a 2-hour window. I mean, I will say back in the day, remember, Mark, the glory days of the NBA were what? The 80s and the 90s, right?
Right.
Magic, yep. Larry, Michael. The league has just been garbage ever since. It's all Magic, Larry, and Michael. It's the only time the league was ever good. Blah, blah, blah. Well, NBC in the 90s did have those Sunday triple headers, and they really did run from noon to 6.
I understand that, but they're not going to cut back their commercial inventory. And the reason they were able to get the games within the 2-hour window was not because they were playing less. It's because the commercial breaks were shorter. When you add a half minute onto every commercial break and you have the number of commercial breaks that they do, it quickly adds up.
It does. It does. So that was the first reason that Silver suggested it.
Okay.
All right. The second one was, if you reduce the games from 48 minutes to 40 minutes, it takes care of the low load management thing.
Bull.
He said it would reduce, in terms of number of minutes being played, it would reduce 15 to 17 games off of the schedule. I mean, do the math. It's what, 8 minutes a game times 82? So we're talking what, 656 minutes? 48 minutes in a game. But remember, most players only play 36. But even if you do 48 minutes, you do 48 into 656, and, what do you get? Like 13, 14 games? And that's what he said. He said, if we just shorten the games from 48 to 40 minutes, all right, we're saving 14, 15 games worth of wear and tear off of these players. Now, I would argue that instead of the regulars playing 34 to 36 out of 48 minutes, they'd play 34 to 36 out of 40.
They would. It was funny. I quickly looked up minutes played in the NBA. And the only team that would have their players play minutes close to the length of the game would be the Knicks. Because the Knicks have 4 of the top 5 minutes played players in the league. And what do we all say about the Knicks? He coaches them too hard in the regular season.
What I think would happen is, if Silver got his way, is in the next CBA, Mark, the owners would be arguing, well, what do we need 15 guys for? Why do I need a roster this big? I mean, I hardly use my bench. What do I need a bench for?
Maybe, David. Or the owners would say in the next CBA, we need to reduce your pay by the percentage decrease in the length of the games. And I'm sure the players would jump up and down for that.
Sure.
Since they're on the verge of making over $1 million a game.
Right. I think they'd have no problem giving $150,000 a game back to the cause. Right. So, but that was his reasoning, to be able to, make it a better TV product and to also address the whole load management, wear and tear on the players. Mm-hmm. By the way,
So you don't think it would do anything to help load management?
do you really think Tom Thibodeau is going to play Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, and OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges less if the game is shortened 8 minutes?
Well, Thibodeau's the wrong example. He's going to play him the whole 40 minutes. He might not have a bench.
No, because here's another reason, Mark. Okay, the starters, they play 32 to 38 minutes a night, depending. Most of them play in the 32 to 34 minute range. Mark, what do they get in those 32 to 34 minutes? Their numbers. They're going to want theirs. So you're going to have those players looking at the coach going, what are you taking me out for? I got to play my 34 minutes. No. Don't reduce me to 28 minutes a game. Oh, no. No, I'll go from scoring 24 points a game to 18. Oh, no. That ain't going to happen.
And what do we pay players on? Their production.
Right. There's no doubt that the league would then argue we don't need 15-man rosters and 12 active on game day. They'd be right. They wouldn't need it.
They don't need it now.
They probably don't.
They don't.
But there's no doubt that they would. You'd have playoff games, by the way, in which only 5 guys would play, unless fouls necessitated that somebody else had to play. I mean, there's a very good chance, Mark, the Knicks would have playoff games where you would just see the same 5 guys.
That's fine by me.
Just saying.
But I don't think it'd be that way with the rest of the league. I don't think it would help load management. I could be wrong. And it's once again catering to the player, which is what Adam Silver has done throughout his tenure.
Yeah.
He's made the owners less powerful and the players more powerful. It's the one thing about Silver's tenure that's for certain.
Right. And it's come back to bite him now. There's no doubt it's come back to bite him. People are complaining about the product, the quality of it, and load management's a thing. When the commissioner is acknowledging load management is a thing, and he's offering solutions to help solve the load management problem, it's a problem.
And the one overlying problem of all of this is just the nature of today's athlete. And I don't mean this in a bad way. We've talked about this on this show for 15 years. The lack of home court, ice, field advantage. It just isn't there the way it once was, and the numbers show it. And the organizations have figured it out and therefore don't play for first overall in the conference the way they may have 15 years ago. Now the important thing is just get in the damn tournament.
And be as healthy as possible. And wherever the game is played, the game is played. Really doesn't matter. May matter to the owner's bottom line, but it really doesn't affect winning all that much. I mean, hell, Minnesota went into Denver last year and took out the defending champs in a Game 7, Miller Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct.
The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, we think the last home, whatever advantage, the last best one is college basketball. Hence our system, which this week's 0-4.
Baseball should be, but it isn't. Because it's the only sport where every field's different. But hockey and basketball, you don't have Chicago Stadium where it's 184 feet. They're all
Right.
200 by 85.
Right. The old Boston Garden, which was just different dimensions.
What the hell? I don't get this. This is really bothering me, David.
I'm sorry.
I mean, this is the second time, and now it's been 64 years, but this is the second time we've had a plane crash with our figure skaters, David.
I know, 61.
Right.
I do have to laugh. There's not going politics here, please. But the Diet Coke button being brought back into the Oval Office, I do find funny. That I enjoy. You know me with my soda dispensaries, so that I like. I wish I had a Coke Zero button, Nick, but I hear you.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, go to swampbuggy.com. The races are the first weekend of March. Make your plans accordingly. So Adam Silver's proposing reducing NBA quarters from 12 to 10 minutes. What other ideas that are off the beaten path that are out there that you like robot umpires in baseball? How about the GPS chip in a football? Or Adam Silver's NBA idea? Vote accordingly. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. It's a story that we have mentioned twice. We have not harped on because of how sad and depressing it is, and we try not to be that way as a show. But they are saying that the midair collision last night at around 9 o'clock near Reagan National Airport between an airliner coming from Wichita, Kansas to our nation's capital and a Marine helicopter, that there are no survivors. It's now a recovery mission. Over 60 people on the flight, 2 or 3 people on the helicopter. Nearly half the bodies have been recovered. There are numerous members of the U.S. figure skating team that were on that flight because the U.S. Figure Skating Championships just wrapped up over the weekend in Wichita, Kansas. We don't know how many, but from Russia, ironically enough, we know a few that were on the flight because 2 of the victims competed for Russia in the 90s and won a world championship in pairs figure skating and have lived in the United States for over 25 years and have a son who competed for the United States over the weekend. We don't know if the son was on the flight. He's not confirmed. It's believed he was. It has not been confirmed. The parents are confirmed to have died in the crash, and they have trained many figure skaters over the last 25 years. So a very sad day. And Mark, as you pointed out during the break when we talked briefly about it,
the horrible, sad irony of this. This is already a tragic story in and of itself, but this is now the second time in 64 years that a plane crash involving the U.S. figure skating team has happened. In 1961, a plane carrying the U.S. team to the World Figure Skating Championships in Prague, Czechoslovakia, crashed, killing all passengers.
Now, we don't know how many figure skaters, but we do know that there were some. So the sports community touched by this tragedy. It's also the first commercial airline crash in this country in 16 years. There was one near Buffalo in 2009. You and I are old enough to remember when, unfortunately, every handful of years we had plane crashes throughout the 70s and into the 80s. And fortunately, we don't have that anymore. Thankfully. So we've gone nearly 16 years since our last plane crash in this country of a commercial airliner.
So an incredibly sad day. Obviously, any loss of life is tragic. But a lot of these skaters, from what we're hearing too, were also on the developmental team. A lot of possibly young skaters.
Yes.
We'll hear more
And
as
their-
it goes on. And their families.
And their families, obviously, because their families were traveling with them. Yes. So it's likely this story is going to get worse from a sports landscape. Miller and Moulton. We did have some fun earlier in the show. It is a note worth bringing up again that the Rays made their second biggest ever free agent signing yesterday.
Second biggest. In
Ever.
terms of money. Ever.
And so it, of course, begs the question, how much? Well, they signed an infielder, Ha-Sung Kim, to a 2-year, $29 million deal.
Wow.
Yep.
Breaking the bank.
Yep. And it could just be a 1-year, $13 million deal. He can opt out after this year. But, hopefully he likes Steinbrenner Field so much. He's like, I'd love to play my games in the Trop. We're going to the Trop, right? Someday, right? Going back to the Trop. So, yeah, $29 million. They spent $34 million on Greg Vaughn in the late 90s. A 4-year, $34 million deal on Greg Vaughn. Still the biggest free agent signing in terms of dollars in the history of the Tampa Bay Rays. $34 million over 4 years. It should put in perspective how remarkable all the winning that they did for that 15-year period of time has been.
In other news, the Dodgers wiped their nose and spent more than the Rays did on their free agent signing.
Now, the Marlins, even with a few of theirs, our buddy David Sampson made a few signings. Now the Marlins today are looking at that signing going, you spent $29 million on an infielder over 2 years? What the hell are you doing? It's a lot of money. That's like our payroll for next year. But you're right, Mark. The Dolphins have a head cold. They went and grabbed their Kleenex and $34 million fell out of the box.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
But we just thought we'd have some fun with that. Second biggest free agent signing ever. And you can be a pretty big baseball fan and not know a whole heck of a lot about Ha-Sung Kim.
I want you to be honest and text the show at 21,000. Say his name again, Ha-Sung Kim?
Ha-Sung Kim.
Ha-Sung Kim. Congratulations to the newest member of the Rays. How many of you had heard of him before we said his name? I mean, that could have been the poll question.
Well, you and I have always wanted, and, there's a few things we've always wanted that we've never done on this show, one of which is merchandise, but the second of which is we've always wanted a morning segment called Dead or Canadian. Okay. And it's probably not a good enough name to fit into that segment. Okay. But, you've always wanted to do it with all the hockey players.
Right.
Okay. And we could do the segment. Right. I mean, this is one of those we could have come up with a segment, who is Ha-Sung Kim? In fact, it could have been a poll question. We could have given you 3 or 4 choices.
Right. Leader of North Korea.
Come on now. Right. But one of them would have been all-star utility infielder.
Right.
And how many of you would have said, oh, yeah, Ha-Sung Kim?
Unbelievable. Rays emptying their wallets.
Breaking the bank, baby. Breaking the bank.
Doesn't matter if their pitching staff comes into play, they'll be just fine.
No doubt. That whole pitching staff, if it comes back healthy, they'll be a sleeper team.
They'll be a team you won't want to face in October. This pitching they could send to the hill in a short series if it comes back healthy. No doubt. But yeah, 2 for 29. And it really is breaking the bank. I mean, you have to admit, their biggest home crowd this year is going to be like 11,000.
It better be 80 times. How many games do you think the Rays will sell out this year at Steinbrenner Field? 81 home games. How many sellouts?
50-something. I think they struggled to sell the games that are during quote-unquote rainy season. I think the early season games will all be sold out. Didn't they rework the schedule where the Rays, I think, only play like 14 home games during the 3 hot summer months? I think June, July, and August, they literally only have like 14 home games. The whole schedule is last week of March, April, before Memorial Day, and a little bit in September.
Because of the schedule, and I know what the pitching staff could be, don't you have to take the under on the Rays? Or do you think Vegas is going to adjust their totals accordingly?
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's possible the Rays actually have a hell of a home field advantage this year?
Against everybody not named the Yankees?
Well, but do you think it's possible that minor league park can really work to their advantage?
How so?
Well,
just asking. I don't think so personally, but how do you think it will?
Well, it's a different surrounding, although the dimensions are similar to Yankee Stadium, and so it may not feel that weird to the players that are playing in it. But, I mean, put it this way, your gut feeling, playing in the Trop or playing at Steinbrenner Field, if one of them if I could prove to you that one of them is a better home field advantage, which one do you think is more likely?
Wow, that's a great question.
The
Trop where it's empty and you can lull the opposition into sleep.
Right.
Or Steinbrenner Field where the opposition could suffer heat stroke during the game.
Exactly. Well,
that's a hell of a question, David. We may have a poll question for tomorrow.
Put it that, or we could wait closer to opening day. But yeah,
we'll forget it by then.
Yeah, that's true. I got to write these things down.
Of course we do.
But I don't know. I'm just wondering, is it possible, I have to admit, it has always surprised me that the Colorado Rockies are not better than they are. We were just talking about this during the break with some of the folks in the Twitch chat room about the lack of a home field advantage, home court, home ice, whatever, in all of sports nowadays. I mean, Mark, how many playing fields are as different as Coors Field? I mean, any other stadium in baseball remotely close to the altitude?
No.
No.
Not at all.
You would think that if the Rockies were decent, that they would dominate at home and get their butt kicked on the road. And early in their history, they did it. But especially now, Mark, like teams only come there. I mean, hell, you could be in the American League. You come to Coors Field once every 2 years for a 3-4 game series. Even National League teams go to Coors Field less than they used to. And there's a part of me that's surprised that they aren't like really good at home.
I wonder if that's because, and I'm not saying that they're not athletes in baseball, but from a standpoint, it's not a basketball game where you're going to Denver and having to run up and down the court for 48 minutes or 40, depending, at the altitude. It's not hockey.
I understand, but the ball moves very differently in the altitude. Pitchers talk about it. Your pitchers don't move in Denver the way they move elsewhere. Rockies pitchers joke about how much better they throw the ball on the road. They're like, wow, my stuff really moves. But also, in the meanwhile, though, when you hit the ball, obviously, it goes further. It just, I don't know. I mean, to me, we talk about, I mean, is there a field that's even in the area code of Coors Field in baseball in terms of the conditions?
No. I would always argue the closest thing to any of that is obviously Fenway, because you're playing with something you're playing on a field that is completely different than any of the other fields in Major League Baseball. And learning how to play that wall is every bit as difficult, in my estimation, as it would be playing in altitude.
And
Could
also,
be nuts saying that, but that's my thought.
and also how deep it is to straightaway center, and yeah, it's a obviously unique ballpark. Schilling initially, by the way, when the Red Sox were trying to trade for him, his initial reaction was, I ain't pitching in that park. And when they flew in on Christmas Eve and met with him, Theo showed him and said, no, actually, this would be a great ballpark for you. Let me show you. And Schilling was like, oh, wow. Because he just thought, I'm a power pitcher. I'm a fly ball pitcher. This is not going to be a good park for me. And they're like, this outfield is huge, except if you pull it to left. Well, how many people are going to pull your fastball? Look how big this right center field is. And left center, for that matter. It's 380 something to get to the base of the wall. There's a lot of outs here. And Schilling said it helped convince him to accept the trade.
But we've talked a little baseball today. We've been all over the place. We've had a pretty lively show. A little baseball, a little basketball. We've even talked a little Caitlin Clark. We've talked the Utah hockey team and some NFL draft.
The Wasatch.
Yes.
Or the Mammoth. Right. That's what they're going to name themselves. Apparently, Yeti is out. Mammoth or Wasatch is in. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Way to go, Adam. Well done.
I can't even tell you the ways I want a carbohydrate right now, David. Playing golf with a guy yesterday, great guy, and he doesn't drink anymore, and he knows I do, and he says he rode with me, and he's like, we filled up water. You got anything else in the cart today? I says no. I said I'm doing the dry Jan. He's like, good for you. And he's like, why? And I got into a couple health things and wanted to lose some weight. And he goes, how you doing with losing weight? I said, I've dropped a few pounds. I'm doing all right. He goes, what are you doing besides not drinking? I said, I'm not eating. He was just basically starving yourself. I said, yes, starving myself. And all I want is a carbohydrate. That's all.
I'm a big fan personally.
I've got a number I wanted by February 1, and it's not going to happen. I'm going to be really close. May have to go sit in a sauna for about 6 hours tomorrow. Oh, wow.
What's that?
Oh, the Post has actual footage of a...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No one survived that. I could have told you that after seeing that. Jesus.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this final Thursday of January. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So this is our first crisis, Mark. Not of the show. Boy, we had a few of them. But this is our first crisis. We've had a good run during this, our third act, which really became our fourth act in the middle of 2024. But, the three with an asterisk. And we have a system. We have a college basketball system. It started as a belief years ago, but we turned it into a system And this is our third year of the system. And our system has worked. We believe that the last great home, whatever advantage, court, ice, field, is college basketball. And you'd be surprised how many ranked teams go on the road to play unranked teams and get beat. And so whenever that situation arises, we take the unranked team at home and the points. We went 2 weeks ago, 12-6 in a very busy week. Last week, we went 6-4. So we were 18-10, Mark, when the week started. Our system was percolating. And we are 0-4. 0-4 playing the system this week. And you know what happened? People didn't listen to us for a couple years. People only started listening to us in January. And they jumped on very late. They didn't enjoy the 18-10 run. They maybe only got 3 or 4 of those wins. And so now, of course, this week, Mark, they're all over us. They're betting the system, and they're 0-4.
Yes, they are.
And they are not happy.
No, they are not, David. And the system has a couple of plays, and one has been a consistent play. When you get a ranked team that's not in a Power 4 or 5 conference, they're always favored on the road. And Memphis is favored tonight. 6.5 over Tulane. AAC basketball. Putting the system to the test, David.
Yep. We have 2 system plays tonight. 2 system plays tonight. Nebraska and Tulane.
Illinois on the road in Nebraska, the 18th ranked Fighting Illini are laying 4.5 against the Cornhuskers.
And you and I both think Illinois is a team that can lose early in a tournament and go to the Final Four.
They can score. When their offense is going, I believe they have the best offense in the Big Ten.
And they don't play defense. Not very interested. But you want to bet the over? Bet the over on Illinois. Every time. So, do we trust the system, Mark? Do we stay with the system? It's a big decision for Miller or Moulton. You know me. I'm going down with the system.
Oh, David, you ride it until it dies. Right now, it's circling the drain. But it can pop out really quickly.
Just a couple speed bumps that you didn't see in the dark going through the parking lot. That's all it is.
I will say we saw a couple of these potholes. We warned you about these potholes. We were not excited about the system plays this week.
No, we just didn't like it. But we went with it because that's what you do. You don't pick and choose the system plays. Because you know what ends up happening when you do that. You end up picking the wrong ones and you don't get the benefit. So we're all in is what you're saying.
All in.
We're trusting the system. Okay.
It's so weird. I clicked that Illinois-Nebraska game. Illinois, 18th in the country, 7th in the Big Ten.
Well, we were going through it. Was it last night or the night before? Tennessee, 8th in the country, 10th in the SEC.
Right. Not that these unbalanced schedules have anything to do with conference standing.
Right. Right. It does look like, though, there's going to be at least 10 SEC teams that get bids. I mean, right now, they got 10 teams ranked, for goodness sakes. And we know the rankings are not, the whole power indexes and what have you, but it's tough to be ranked and miss the tournament. I mean, there was a mid-major a couple years ago that was ranked and lost in their conference final and didn't get an at-large bid. But
David, if you go 500 in the SEC, isn't it damn near an automatic bid to the tournament?
This year it should be, especially if you take a look at the schedule and, you have any wins against the top half of the league. Mark, there's a longtime friend of the show who's also a bettor who just texted me and said, guys, I'll tell you what, I believe in your system so much, I'm going to double down on your system plays the rest of the week. That's how much I believe in your system.
That's faith.
Okay.
That's faith.
All right.
I like it.
It's good to hear. By the way, we'll take the time because we mentioned it during this hour of the show yesterday. Tremendous win for FGCU last night. Heartbreaking loss for Jacksonville last night.
I would argue it's the best win of Pat Chambers' tenure at FGCU, David.
Which is saying something because he had two tremendous non-conference wins his first year. He won at USC, and I think they also beat St. Bonaventure and Olean, which, let me tell you, is not easy to do.
And those would probably, quote unquote, be listed as better wins.
And they beat FAU last year, remember?
But to be down 19 at the half, 24 early in the second half, and to come back and win that game, and then what that does for them in the ASUN standings, because they were behind Jacksonville entering the game by a game, so they caught JU, won on the road, and did so in electrifying fashion. That's a game that you can build on.
And now they're tied for first with Jacksonville and Lipscomb. Lipscomb plays tonight. And FGCU has as good a chance as anybody in that league to win it this year. And boy, do they own Jacksonville. They've beaten them 6 in a row and 14 out of 15. Which is another reason why it's so disheartening for Jacksonville, because Jacksonville was well aware of it. I mean, there was nobody putting on a Jacksonville uniform who had ever beaten FGCU last night. They were well aware of the numbers. Trust me. I text him to former FGCU head coach Michael Fly, who's an assistant at Jacksonville. I said, if you need some motivation, and he goes, yeah, I always knew we did pretty well against Jacksonville. I go, yeah, pretty well.
It is interesting at the whole in college basketball is you look at the top 10, and Kansas is not in it. Kentucky is not in it. But when you start thinking about this sport, David, that has been dominated for a couple of generations by the head coaches. Izzo's really Izzo's the dean of the coaches in the top 10. When you look at who's behind the bench in some of these teams, you don't have that star power, certainly not with Alabama or Iowa State or Houston. Bruce Pearl's a known guy at Auburn, but you know what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
That this changing of the guard in college basketball, no one's jumped on board with it from a popularity standpoint. Because the numbers are very stagnant in the sport.
Now, the number I don't believe is as small as it is in big-time Division I college football, but also, Mark, because of the older, longtime coaches who have gotten out of the sport in the last 3 years, there aren't a whole lot of guys who are coaching the sport right now who have won a natty. I mean, think about it. Jay Wright won 2. He's broadcasting. Boeheim won 1. Krzyzewski, Roy Williams, Tony Bennett. I mean, we've had a lot of natties that walked out the door. Obviously, you got Bill Self. You got Izzo. That title was a quarter century ago. Can you believe it's been that long, by the way?
Yeah, it has been. I can believe it. I've lived it.
Okay. All right. That was that
but
first.
It does say that this field, I think, is wide open.
Wide.
Where we sit right now,
yes,
it looks wide open come March.
And Calipari's obviously won a title, but Arkansas is not even sniffing an NCAA tournament bid. Now, Rick Pitino's going to be back in the tournament. he and they are going to get just a little bit of media attention. You think Izzo and Patino's teams are going to get a little bit of a media attention come March because of what you're talking about? All these coaches who have never won anything, and there's Izzo and Patino along with Bill Self.
That's if they can make a tournament run.
Yeah.
They got to get to the second weekend, David.
Yep. You know, you got the Baylor coach, you got Hurley, who's gone back to back, but you'd be surprised. It's on two hands, and it's almost on one. The number of coaches who are leading teams in the tournament this year who have won a natty, when the number used to be double that just 2-3 years ago.
And the SEC in that time has become the premier basketball conference in the country.
Remarkable. So let me get this straight. The Big Ten has won back-to-back football championships, and the SEC is the number one basketball conference?
Right.
I mean, what are we, just paying players now? I mean, what the hell is going on? See what I did there?
And the ACC, if I've got this right, has 3 ranked teams. Duke at number 2, Louisville at 22, and Clemson sneaks in at 25.
Oh, I forgot about Clemson. I think Clemson still has a good chance to miss the tournament because their resume is always paper mache. Miller and Moulton. The good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when it's all 25 minutes away.
Swamp Buggy Racing returns to Naples, Florida Sports Park Sunday, January 26th for the Swamp Buggy Winter Classic. Naples' All-American weekend of family fun starts Saturday the 25th at 10 with a red, white, and blue parade and celebration down 41 from Coastland to 5th. But Sunday, we're Swamp Buggy Racing. 6 categories, from Jeeps to Bog to the big V8s that roar around the famed Mile of Mud. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Get tickets today at swampbuggy.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So the Gators were a 5 when they lost to Michigan State in 2000. I think, wasn't San Diego State 2 years ago a 5 when they lost the Natty to UConn? Trying to think if any other 5s have played for the Natty, but no 5s ever won it.
I can't read the article because I'm not a subscriber, David. But Sportico just put out a email that I get. 5 MLS teams top $1 billion in value.
Really? Really?
Yeah. That's what I said. Got to get rid of this thing, too. Son of a gun.
There's only 6 active coaches who have won the Natty. We named 5 of them. We mentioned where Scott Drew worked, but you got Bill Self, Scott Drew, Patino, Calipari, Izzo, Hurley.
I didn't hit the buttons. We were over commercials. That's my fault. God dang, Mark. God dang. That swamp buggy spot threw me.
Yeah, that angered you.
I work the way this screen comes up. I don't get the whole show at the beginning. I only get the first hour. Yes, we know. I fixed it.
Thank you. Yep, we caught it. Thank you. Well, not only that, and that machine is still not loading for you, right?
That different machines. The one that plays the commercials is our computer. And it's just the way, I can only do the 6 o'clock hour and the 6. And then after the first break, the 7. And I just, things going on if I don't.
Right.
It would be nice if I could do it all first thing when I get here.
Right.
But it doesn't work that way.
Irish football, what the hell are you talking about? NC State was a 6 seed when Valvano won. That Marquette team had 7 losses, by the way. And that was the final NCAA tournament where you weren't seeded. They didn't have seeds till 78. Yeah, NC State was a 6 seed when the Wolfpack won.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Final hour of Miller and Moulton on this final Thursday of January. Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow, live from Mobile. He's been there all week. We let Pat do his job, do his thing, talk to all his NFL buddies, see the players for themselves. He interviews like 24 of them.
It is. I happened to listen to a little bit earlier in the week. It is rapid fire with the interviews.
Yes.
I mean, they're literally taking the headsets off of one guy and putting it on the next guy. Go.
And so we're going to have Pat on tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, do 2 segments with Pat and say, hey, what have you seen down at the Senior Bowl?
You brought up something during the break because we've been talking a little college basketball, and it continued throughout the break. If you want to hear the conversations, as long as I don't leave the mics on during the commercial break, you simply go to twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton, Either one, you can watch the show and get a little extra. After we run our network spots, we chat with those in the chat room about what they want to talk about, and we just continued on with college hoop. And you brought up, NC State all those years ago was a 6 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. They weren't going to get into the tournament had they lost the ACC championship.
Correct.
They were not worthy of being a tournament team, and yet earned a 6 seed.
They had to beat the defending champions in North Carolina with a sophomore named Jordan, and they had to beat Ralph Sampson in Virginia, the number 1 team in the country, just to get to the NCAA tournament. We're in the region final. They had to beat Ralph Sampson in Virginia again.
But if that team qualified today with the record they had in getting through a conference tournament, David, they'd be a 10 or 11 seed.
Right.
A 6. That's remarkable.
Now,
we thought of the automatic bid leagues then.
Now, I believe in 83, we were still at a 48-team tournament. The first 64-team tournament was Nova in 85. So it was still a 48-teamer. Like 16 teams got a first-round bye. So your top 4 seeds in the 4 regions got a bye. But obviously, as a 6 seed, NC State didn't. And that was when they should have lost. They were down 6 in overtime with 30 seconds to go in regulation and no 3-point shot. Jim Herrick and Pepperdine had them beat. And Pepperdine choked it away, missing the front end of 1-on-1s.
Which was Valvano's strategy. He put teams on the line and forced them to beat him.
He did something which I don't remember anybody doing since. They're tied in the region final with Virginia. The shot clock gets turned off. Virginia's got the final possession. Valvano fouls.
Well, shot clock wasn't even in existence.
In
In 83, was it? I don't believe so.
No, you're right, because Villanova in 85 held the ball and took such few shots. You're right. I think 86 was the first shot clock. So obviously, Virginia's holding in the final minute for the final shot. Tie game, region final, tie game. And Valvano fouled. No 3-point shot, remember. So it's not like if you foul and a guy hits 2, you can still shoot a 3 and win. No. He fouled. Virginia goes to the line, only makes 1. Now NC State's got the final shot with a chance to win. Imagine a coach in a region final today with the 3-point shot. I don't think we could recreate the situation unless you literally foul somebody intentionally beyond the arc and they decide to throw one up and the officials give them 3 and they only hit 2. I mean, honestly, Mark, it's as onions a coaching play on a big stage as we've seen.
Well, on a couple of fronts, David, because one thing about the college game that hasn't changed from the 80s until today, I don't think, David, is coaches preach what? Defense. It's not that way in the NBA as much. But in college, these coaches love their defense. And getting stops is everything. And basically saying, foul so we can score.
Right.
Now, I don't think it's the most bat blank crazy strategy out there. Guys choke.
How many times have you seen a coach do it in the last 40 years, though? Tied.
I know.
Tied.
But I'd love to find out how many tournament games were tied and won by the team late that had the ball, and they never gave the other team a chance to get it back.
That's different now with the 3-point shot. It's difficult to recreate that scenario. You know, tie game now, you foul somebody, it's only 2 free throws in theory. They go to the line, they hit 2. In fact, it's why don't we see more of it today, right? Why don't you foul more today? Tie game, 30 seconds to go. If you foul, at most they're going to score 2. You can win it. Why play for overtime in theory?
When they have the ball and all of the chances are on their side.
Right. Foul the worst free throw shooter on the floor. You're going to get the ball back. You'll either need a 2 to win. Worst case scenario, you need a 3. Well, you probably got 3 guys on the floor that can hit one of them. But to do it in March 83.
No, that's.
Damn.
That's onions.
They needed a little bit of luck, though. They literally had 80+% free throw shooters at Pepperdine going to the line, shooting 1-and-1s with a lead, and the kids missed them.
David, for whatever reason, that was early in my cable television life. And I got into the ACC tournament.
Okay.
And I started pulling for NC State. Loved Vilvano. Loved the story. My 2 friends, we all played basketball at that time. We're big into Houston. 5 Slamma-Jamma. Loved the donkey. They didn't just get lucky once, David. There wasn't just a little bit of luck in that. I mean, that's the horseshoe. That's the luck of the Irish. That's whatever one, and combine them all into the barrel. And that's what NC State really was able to get from the ACC tournament on through the NCAA tournament. It's remarkable the amount of breaks that they were able to get. Earned a bunch.
Yep. Also, it was remarkable the ACC was experimenting with the 3-point line. So
which was a foot inside the top of the key.
Right. You remember with the line that crossed? Okay, it was weird. The 3-point line at the top of the key was actually shorter than the top of the key. But
that's when every conference had a different 3-point line.
But it wasn't universal throughout the NCAA yet.
No.
Just like the Big East had a year or two when they went to 6 fouls. You know, the ACC decided in the early 80s, let's try this 3-point shot out. So when NC State won it, everybody said, well, that's great, but you lived and died by the 3. You can't shoot a 3 for the rest of the season. They don't have them in the NCAA tournament, which is another reason why when they beat Virginia in the ACC tournament, everybody said, well, you can't beat them in the NCAA tournament. You're not going to hit any 3s.
Remarkable. Can watch it all on the 30-30 if you've never seen Survive in Advance. One of the really good ones. I don't think it's the best one, but it's one of the really good ones.
Remember when Wittenberg was doing the ASUN final and he was broadcasting next to us?
Yep.
Okay. And you asked him, you said, so was that a pass or a shot? And he had this huge smile on his face. And he said, that's the best pass of my life. Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What's on ESPN tonight? Early, because it says here they're broadcasting Seattle and San Jose at 10:30. They don't have any of the ranked tubes. Did I ever meet him? No. I was in a room with him, but no. I have a good Bob Knight story, though, involving FGCU, but no.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton broadcasting live from the Floormeisters studios. Floormeisters in Naples, so they can service you throughout Southwest Florida. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow, live from the Senior Bowl in Mobile. With the Super Bowl in New Orleans, I guess they have a big Mardi Gras celebration they normally do every year, but this year they're not doing it. Because, the real thing's down the road and the next week.
What do you mean?
I guess they try to, I'm told, having never been there, but listening to the coverage, that they try to do a Mardi Gras of their own in Mobile.
Mardi Gras, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the original Mardi Gras was in Mobile.
Okay.
But it starts on Fat Tuesday. Easter's so late this year, it's
right
way down the road.
So anyway, they've got the, not that Pat stays for the game and what have you, but anyway, Pat Kerwin tomorrow from Mobile.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right. Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health, whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call them today, 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location, or go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton. Get 10% off. 1835 we start today. Richard Lawrence missed his man.
Beg your pardon?
Richard Lawrence misfires at President Andrew Jackson in the first attempted assassination of a U.S. president. He missed. Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne is published today in 1873. Probably a decision that they would take back if they could, but today in 33, Adolf Hitler was named Chancellor of Germany. 1948, Gandhi is assassinated. 1956, Elvis Presley records Blue Suede Shoes. 65, the state funeral for Winston Churchill at the time was the world's largest ever state funeral. I doubt they had wardrobe changes. I don't think they went Aretha for Churchill's funeral, David. That's just me. 73 NFL draft. John Matuzak was the first overall pick by the Houston Oilers from the University of Tampa. Kiss would play their first show today in 73 as well. Erno Rubik applies for a patent for his magic cube invention. They'd rename it to the Rubik's Cube. Today in 82, Wilfred Benitez defeats Roberto Duran in 15 at Caesar's Palace for the super welterweight crown.
Don't know if you can get your hands on it, but man, oh man, those lightweight divisions. That was 72, right?
82. This is super welterweight.
Golly.
83, Super Bowl 17, Redskins 27, Dolphins 17. John Riggins, your MVP.
4th and 1, off left end. John Riggins with Don McNeil holding on for dear life. First down and much more.
94, Super Bowl 28 at the Georgia Dome in Atlanta. The Cowboys wallop the Bills 30-13.
Trailing at the half.
Super Bowl 34, also at the G Dome in Atlanta. The Rams beat the Titans 23-16. Kurt Warner, your MVP.
1 yard.
1 yard.
Kevin Dyson came up 1 yard short.
And it was 3 years ago today that we had the AFC and NFC championship games that gave us Bengals and Rams in the Super Bowl. FDR and Payne Stewart would have celebrated birthdays today.
Ooh, how old would Payne have been?
You know what? I don't put the dates of birth next to those that are no longer with us. I could
okay.
look it up quickly.
I'm going to guess he'd be right around 70 because he died in 99 in October. So we're talking 25 plus years. And I think Payne was in his, around 43 at the time that he passed? I'm going to say he would have been like 68 today.
Right on the money.
Hot damn.
Born in 57 in Springfield, Missouri. Gene Hackman is 95. Dick Cheney, 85. Davy Johnson, 82. Phil Collins, 75. Friend of the show, Curtis Strange, is 69 years old today. Jalen Rose, 52, and actor Christian Bale is 51. What did I miss, David?
No, man, you hit Sunday Bloody Sunday today in Northern Ireland in 72. The 13 protesters that were shot dead by the British Army.
Always have to leave something for you. It's usually something that's depressing.
Well, yeah, but let me tell you, I mean, you even had Gandhi getting assassinated. I mean,
It's kind of a biggie.
I understand, but you usually leave the violence to me.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Can I just stop before we start? Do you remember a couple of weeks ago, it was I think it was LBJ's birthday, either that or it was when he died, and we were amazed at how young he was.
Yes.
Because he looked so old. Well, you just did FDR, was born today. Do you know how old FDR was when he died? I mean, remember how old FDR looks.
72.
62.
Wow.
I know. Those black and white photos, man, they do not help.
Man, you'd be 15 years away from being able to run at 62. For the good, we go to what is an awful, but something good came out of it. Firefighters in Naples battled a home that was engulfed in flames in East Naples. No injuries were reported, but the good news is they were able to rescue the dog from inside the home. So good for the firefighters. While the house was gone, the dog was saved. These are two of the best bad and uglies that I've had in a long time.
Okay.
For the bad, we go to British Columbia, where, and Adam, in our Twitch chat room, you will appreciate this story. But a Bigfoot lover's wife has divorced him after he went hunting for Bigfoot with his ex-girlfriend.
Wait, did you say a Bigfoot lover?
He loves Bigfoot. He was hunting for Bigfoot. Didn't bring his wife, brought his ex-girlfriend. Wife found out, divorced him. Now, you could argue that she should have divorced him for hunting Bigfoot for all these years that he was hunting Bigfoot for.
Right. You waited till now?
But he went on a camping trip in search of Bigfoot and brought his side piece, apparently, and got outed.
Yeah, how do you expect that to stay secret? Even if you are out in the wilderness hunting Bigfoot.
For one of my favorite uglies ever. And no, you don't have to get the kids out of the car. No, you don't have to change the stage. There is nothing about this that is dirty.
Okay, I'm about ready to drink some water. Am I going to be okay?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
Rihanna Evans, a 25-year-old, is believed to be the first person to ever face charges for cyber farting.
Excuse me?
Cyber farting.
How is that possible?
She sent videos to her boyfriend's ex, Deborah Peinrich, of her farting. She sent 3 videos on December 22nd and another 4 over the next few days, including Boxing Day and New Year's Day. Each of them showed Miss Evans passing wind, her face smiling at the camera.
That's illegal? I mean, it's in bad taste, but that's against the law?
The judge was able to keep a straight face, and Evans...
Is this like harassment?
Harassment. The victim said she would like to feel safe in her home. Evans ended up having to pay nearly 300 pounds. She had to give 100 pounds in compensation for the victim and the rest for court costs. She will also have to carry out 15 rehabilitation sessions and must abstain from alcohol for 2 months.
Hold on a second. Rehabilitation sessions for what? Carbs?
Beans.
I was going to say, help me out here. Potatoes? What?
The woman was taking videos of herself passing gas and sending them to the boyfriend's ex.
It's in bad taste. I got to admit, I'd like to be your defense attorney. Your Honor, we're not disputing that she's classless, but what'd she do that was illegal?
She was also given a 2-year restraining order preventing her from contacting her victim.
Okay. I mean, what happens if you pass gas in an elevator?
Let's
How about
just hope you didn't have eggs for breakfast.
How about at church? I mean, how far are we going to take this?
Wow. You know, I'm a Catholic school kid. There was nothing like the one kid who would take that pew and make it pew during the mass.
Mark, let me tell you, I swear, this football season, more people sitting in front of me let it rip than ever before on airplanes. Unbelievable how bad the gas was on my flights this year. And you know me, I just go, come on. Really? Is that necessary? Everybody looking around. I go, it was not me. All right? That is rude. People turning, looking. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's bad. What are you supposed to sit there in silence? I'm the big fat guy. Everybody,
no, you're just not supposed to video it and send it to someone. Didn't Stern used to let him rip on the air?
Yes. Did you see his ratings at the time? Come on. All
and
right.
that is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today, January the 30th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, where you too can arrest someone for passing gas. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just saying it. All information about jobs available at capecops.com.
I'm being lectured by my lawyer buddies. You can't use the internet to harass somebody. Is passing gas harassment? Does it meet the criteria? Really?
They don't have to smell it.
Exactly. Tampa Bay's home for the LA Kings. The Lightning really need to start winning games. They're like 50 games into the season. Playoffs start today. They're not in them. Washington's in Ottawa, believe it or not. Washington, best record in the East, and the Senators are hot. It's actually an interesting game.
Senators are a slight favorite. You can actually get the Caps on the road with some plus money.
Your Red Wings are in Edmonton to face the Oilers. It says here 10:30 tonight on ESPN, San Jose's at Seattle. Get to see the Kraken.
Well, David, we have the Skills Pro Bowl game on ESPN at 7.
Wow.
Followed by women's college basketball at 8:30.
Thank goodness for the skills competition at the Pro Bowl. Magic are in Portland. The TNT doubleheaders, Atlanta at Cleveland at 7, followed by Houston at Memphis. That's actually a battle for the 2 seed at 9:30. It's the future of the NBA, Houston and Memphis. Curious if anybody cares. That's part of the problem right now. If it's the Lakers and Golden State, they'd watch.
But 2 good teams they're not interested in.
Right. Cleveland and Oklahoma City have the 2 best records in the league. All right, we got the 2 system plays tonight. Good luck. Miller and Moulton, have a great Thursday. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.